Here we go, restarted now. So hello and welcome to another stream from Simazang, the Puppet Master. So what we're looking to do today is go over the, well, not the a fanfiction that I'm working on. So if you've been following previous streams, you're aware I've started a fanfiction with the placeholder title, Clair Obscur, Expedition 33, Gustave Journal, and in brackets I put in fanfiction, so you're aware it's not official work. Then this time I've added in the title spoilers in the heading of the stream. So if you're here, I'm assuming you played the game, or at least are aware of the story. So if you've played the end of Act 1, you probably realise where this is going. So the premise of this is, if you've played the game, you'll notice a transition from Maelle into Alicia, which kickstarts after Gustave's untimely demise, and Versa's the one who's leading her in the transition. So if you're as big a fan of Gustave, you probably don't want that to happen, as big a fan of Gustave as the next person. So in the game, you notice Maelle swears vengeance and goes on to fight the paintress, Renoir, and then eventually you get to the choice in which most people choose to side with Verso. At least that's the impression I'm getting from online. Not surveys, what are they? Threads, or it's like Reddit, forums, that's the word I'm looking for. So yeah, so if you get to that choice, and you're like me and you chose Maelle's option, that leads to Maelle eventually recreating a new Lumiere in the manor. And if you've been following the story, there's an unused mechanism or part of the story which is Gustave's journal. So Gustave starts writing his journal, which his apprentices give him, so he can share his journey and the marvels of the outside world with his apprentices. I'm trying to chat a bit. So yeah. So a big part of the initial storyline is in the camps is Gustave writing his journal after every adventure, so his apprentices can one day read it and accompany him effectively on this journey, maybe even learn from it. In the worst case scenario where the expedition fails, and in the best case where it succeeds, it will form a storyline they can follow as if they were part of the journey. So Gustave's been writing in his journal, and then after his untimely departure, Maelle's taken over the responsibility, where she now starts writing in Gustave's journal. And I believe it's in Act 2 when Maelle comes back from defeating the paintress with the rest of the expedition, left Gustave, and returns to Lumiere. She hands the journal back to one of the apprentices, and they look at her as if expecting Gustave to be the one handing them the journal. And then Maelle gives them, is it a nod or a look? I can't remember the exact details, but it confirms that Gustave hasn't come back with them. And the apprentice drops the book and runs away. They can't face that reality. But it's effectively the reality of every other person in Lumiere, where there's been so many expeditions in the past and not any of them has returned. But this one was different, because there was a victorious party that came back to Lumiere. So off the back of that, I don't think the value of the journal was there. I do think you get a accomplishment. So you get a Pictos, not Pictos, it's an ability, Gustave's Marge for Maelle if you continue to write in his journal. But story-wise, there's no real impact of Gustave's journal. So, with all that in mind, the reason for writing this fanfiction is to prevent what happens to Gustave, and split how this fanfiction will work into two parts. The first part is the journal, or the guide, or the cheat that will help Gustave change his fate. And the reason I've gone down this route is, if you've, well, as you can see I'm writing this in a web novel, right, so I'm a web novel reader, so if you've read many web novels, there's different kinds of mechanisms writers use when they want to defy a certain future, right? So you've got the reincarnation route, you've got, so basically, Gustav suddenly finds himself X years in the past with all the knowledge of the future. However, in this case, that can't work, because Gustav's no longer alive. And to tie into that theory, something I'm going to add in advance is I've taken my own hints and clues from the storyline to work on my fanfiction. So, an example of that is at the end in Maelle's ending, those aren't actually revived versions of expeditioners. They're just painted copies. One indication of this, which I've seen echoed online, is that a lot of models, or character models, look the same, and they're wearing very similar clothing. Another indicator is when Maelle revives Luna and Ciel, their personality changes. So Luna has always been cautious or wary of Versa, and suddenly she becomes closer with him. And adding to that, Luna is one of the smarter characters in the game. If Maelle can figure out what happened to Gustave, i.e. Versa didn't choose to save him, I'm pretty sure Luna would have been able to figure it out as well. However, with Luna's character in mind, she wouldn't choose to do anything that would jeopardize the mission. So even if she did find out the truth, she wouldn't share it with the rest of the team. However, her suddenly becoming closer to Versa kind of contradicts that. Similarly with Ciel, she had chosen to move ahead of her grief with Pierre, and chosen to form a relationship with Versa. But then all of a sudden, she's honed in, or the only thing she can think about is, Maelle's going to save Pierre, so I want to be with Pierre. To add additional padding to that, in the prologue, the start of the game basically, when Sophie talks to Maelle, Maelle says, Gustave and yourself should have never parted away, which shows Maelle has ideal partners or couples in mind for everyone in Lumiere, and part of that would be Ciel and Pierre. So in her mind, Pierre is the only option for Ciel. Ciel shouldn't be gunning for Verso. So if they are painted copies and they mirror her thoughts, I'd say, or her own imagination of what those characters should be in her mind, then it makes sense. So yeah, the reincarnation can't work. The transmigrator route is the second route. So basically, someone from another world, so let's say someone from Earth right now, effectively gets transmigrated into Gustave's body at the start of Clair Obscur, and they somehow know everything there is to know about the game because they've played it in the real world, and with that knowledge in the game, about the game, sorry, in that world, they change the outcome. However, again, it kind of leaves out the journal, as any transmigrator wouldn't really be writing a journal, because there's no point for it, right? So this is a bit of me choosing how I want to do this. I want the journal to still be a part of the story. And the third option is basically some third party interfering, telling Gustav that this is like when a portal from the future opens and someone tells you what's all going to happen, right? I'm not saying anything, but that's kind of along the lines of where I'm going with this. So, in the third option, you need to have something, right, that will convey this information to your character. And in this case, that just so happens to be Gustav's journal. Now, there are other options that I could have chosen, let's say a system, where someone grants Gustav a system that gives him missions, that gives him spoilers, that gives him content, so maybe it gives him journal pages or something along the lines as he continues on. However, there's already so many system novels out there. You can choose so many other ones, like, I'm just thinking what, solo leveling. I have to recall different names, because as a web novel, I recall it being my own level up. But yeah, solo leveling is an example of that, and there's a lot of other web novels out there that really explore systems. So that's already an overdone trope. So I want to do something a bit unique that fits in this case. So yeah. Um, I've added some tags in here. I think that's the age rating of the game. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Age rating Clair Obscur. Yeah, 17 plus. So I've mirrored the same for the web novel. And then so far, I've just got a first chapter. So I've only got one chapter basically. So the concept of the first chapter is this is Gustave's apprentices in the future. In Maelle's ending, because that's the only ending where they actually survive, right? So in the future, we know from Maelle's ending there's something wrong about that ending. So as I just described earlier, everyone's in painted lumiere. There's no gestuals, there's no, what they call giant? The giants, the ice giants. There's no other species, there's only humans. That's for one, warning bells. The second thing is we don't see Gustave's apprentices inside. I'm going to call it the opera. So I think that's what it was. The third thing is Verso. So Verso clearly didn't want to remain lingering in this canvas. However, Maelle's made a choice for him, and we see that in his eyes, where he looks worn down, old, and effectively Alicia gives this dark look at him, and you see the corrupted look she has. So, from that, what I'm gathering is Maelle's I'm just mixing words, effectively become like a dictator, where she now dictates her ideal vision of the world to not deal with the grief of the outside world and to accept that the real versions of everyone have now been erased in this world by Renoir. And she's just got the painted copies left that she herself has created. So she's now very controlling. She wouldn't let anyone leave Lumiere, New Lumiere, and she's very controlling. In this kind of world, the painted versions might want to riot or rebel. So who would be leading this revolution, you might ask? So who else other than Gustave's apprentices? So painted copies that were created stronger than the other average copy, because Maelle was closer to them, but not too close to Maelle to the point where she's 24/7 monitoring them and controlling them unknowingly or unknowingly. So any of the party members of the expedition are a no-go, because Maelle was too close to them, and those would be the ones she'd be focusing very heavily on controlling. So that leaves Gustave's apprentices. So one thing I don't like about, well, how can I put it? So let's say if Gustave's apprentices gave Gustave somehow the journal, and it was recorded linearly, exactly as how it was written down. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that, because they have the ability to lead into this with a page or a few pages in the start, which kind of give all the important information in one go. So Gustave's not having to read this book and spend time reading this just to realize all the important information that needed. Because Gustave needs all the head start he can get to change the fate of this world. Even a day, a week, a month ahead where he can get this information is going to have a huge impact in how much he can do and change the fate of everyone in the world. So initially, when I wrote this out, I kind of went, so if I go back to the Excel and hide this bit, so you're only seeing this bit. So, so the purpose of the first chapter, Gustav's apprentices are writing this chapter. They're nervous because they don't want to be caught out by Maelle doing what they're doing, or I should call it Alicia at this point, because I believe Maelle and Alicia are two distinct personalities, and we see a transition from Maelle into Alicia, led on by Versa after the untimely demise of Gustave. So she was a caring family member of Lumiere, and then she became a cold, calculating paintress who wanted to deal with grief. So yeah, that's why they're nervous. Why they're resentful? Well, they resent the descendant family for basically unaliving everyone, and they know this because they were revived with the memories, but they know they are not the same, similar to how Painted Verso knows he is not Verso. And yet they miss Gustav, the original Gustav, the one who gave them a fighting chance. So they're part of a resistance. They can't be caught doing what they're doing, so they have to be very discreet. So the very first chapter that they're writing, it has to be cryptic. Somehow it's got to convey the information. However, it's easy to see their emotion bleed through, so them being blaming and yet hopeful at the same time. So what are the objectives of the first chapter? One, they need to tell the truth of the world that they are in a canvas. Two, they need to prevent the massacre at the Dark Shores. Three, they need a more hopeful Gustav to come out of this, so someone less likely to self-erase themselves after something like the massacre happening. So if you play the story, you know what happened after the massacre at Dark Shores when Gustav thought he was all alone and was about to end it, but Lune saves him. So yeah. And thirdly, you need to encourage Gustave to set out earlier. So he needs to be in advantage, or he needs to be in a position where he's got more time than just the 1 year to change the world, right? So it needs to be before the game commences, and he needs to establish a foothold in the outside world. The next thing, so 2, 3, 4. The fifth thing is, I should have renumbered this, is to send a warning about the Descender family. And then the sixth thing is to make Gustave less hateful of other species, because they need to gather the maximum amount of allies that they can get. And what do I mean, Gustave being hateful of other species? So, when Gustave plucks the rose and the Nevron attacks, Gustave doesn't ask any questions and he just wants to destroy this Nevron. Now, playing the game on separate streams is difficult to remember exactly what happened. I'm trying to document exactly what happened. But yeah, Gustave doesn't believe there are good Nevrons, right? He's all about trying to destroy all of them. So yeah, change that initial outlook he has. Is that what's happened there? Okay. So this was the initial side, right? So what have I got here? Gustave, oh Gustave, a madman indeed, a saviour, forsaker, and warden to be. Well, that's the element, right? Many fall short, their journeys untold, the lantern extinguished, our nights turned cold. Worldly danger, our fight is true, trapped, imprisoned, led astray. So kind of the truth of the world, they're trapped and imprisoned in a canvas, but led astray by Verso, the paintress, you name them, the Descender family. Preordained fate, puppets on a string, tapping to the tunes of a scarred child's whims. So, if you listen to the songs, they kind of give away the story. There's a lot of foreshadowing in the story as well. So effectively, they're puppets on a string. You can have a look at that as literal meaning, or if you break the fourth wall, the devs already made the story right, so they're puppets to a string because they can only act on certain plot points. But in this case, they're tapping to the tunes of Alicia's whims, because Miles leading the expedition as a Descender family member. And after Gustave's demise, she's the one who's effectively steering the direction of this. So she goes ahead to attack the paintress because vengeance. Then she goes on to attack Renoir because again, vengeance. So she's leading the whole party based on vengeance throughout after what happens to Gustave, basically. So they're all at her whim. So she's not trying to figure out the truth. She's not trying to understand what's going on. She just wants the goal to destroy, pretty much, right? And then continuing on. Blood-soaked lands, flowers blooming red. Legacy, desires. When one falls, another must continue. When 10 fall, 100 more stand tall. When all but one man fall, an optimist is all that stands between salvation and damnation. It's not real. None of it is. Merely a canvas. Just as we are not real. Not free. Mere toys to deal with grief. We stared too long into the abyss. It not only looked back, it tainted our hearts. So at this point, it's basically everyone in Lumiere who's an expeditioner has a desire to see their legacy fulfilled. They want to effectively destroy the paintress, which is why they've got this saying, when one falls, another must continue. However many fall, there's 10 times the number, this is just an arbitrary amount, right? Ready to go on for their next adventure. And even to the point where only one man stands, that last man standing is an optimist. In this case, this is kind of referring to Gustav, right? So when he was alone at that point after the Dark Shores massacre, if he chose otherwise, that could have been the difference between salvation and damnation for Expedition 33. Why? If Gustav ended himself, Luna would have seen that. Luna might have lost her senses. Maelle's transition would have started earlier, because Versa would want to push her that way. And it's effectively, there's a lot more likely to go wrong. And there's the possibility that Maelle's choice would no longer be viable, it only end with Versa's choice, so the whole world would pretty much end. Right, moving on. They're not real. Is basically referring to the fact that they're in a canvas, and the Descender family don't see them as real, which is the important bit. Right, let me figure out how I can do this. Right. So, yeah, so the Descender family don't see them as real. They're not really free, they're just being used as soldiers or toys. where Aline, Renoir, Clair, Verso, and Maelle just use them as pawns. Aline's using them as pawns for storing chroma. Renoir's using them as pawns because he wants to harness their chroma. Claire's using them as pawns because she's created the never wants to destroy them, and effectively, she just created mankind's biggest enemy. Verso's controlling them, well, because he's been leading all the other previous expeditions, and he effectively wants to end the painters for his own goals. So for him, they're soldiers. And similarly for Maelle, or should I say Alicia, she's on Aline's side. However, she just creates page copies of them, which is my belief, right? And she's effectively controlling, or wants to control, their lifestyle. So that is what the next line is referring to, just kind of my take on it, that they're no longer themselves, and that's why deep down in their hearts they know they're no longer themselves. Surviving is not living, living is not surviving. So you could be like Verso, where it's not the same just to be alive. So, moving on, Lumiere is a graveyard, every grave standing alone. So everybody in Lumiere, so there's a quote on this. We're all dead, you're just waiting to catch up, right? So, and then going on to call for someone as a savior to help them, oh necromancer, help us. No one else did. The necromancer kind of a play on Gustave, because he's technically dead in the future. So if he came back from the dead, it'd have to be either some kind of undead being or a necromancer, right? So fortune or karma, a fate is not fixed. Defy the rules, defy the canvas, defy the fate of two worlds. I think that's just self-explanatory, right? And then, okay, it's going to take so much time if I continue reading on. But yeah, let's go for it. For those who come after, for those who pave the path, to remember and to be remembered, not living, yet still living, we have souls, we have lives, and we yearn for freedom. Learn from history, take a plunge, form your party, and adventure on. Walk not completely on past pathways in the footsteps of those who have failed. The world is ever changing, calamity hiding at every corner. The world is not your enemy. Don't aggravate those who don't aggravate. Blame not the innocent and naive for the strings fate pulled. Knowledge is key, art is power, and your journey must paint a brighter future. Stand together, stand as one. I guess you should be all. Keep your hearts as clean as your uniforms. Tense is right. Tragic fates unite a party. The disaster expedition all but ended in catastrophe. A watcher observes, like a hawk, attracting disaster to those who sail to distant shores. Shake the watcher, prevent the tragedy. A life worth more than we all bargained for. In grief she transitioned into all we stood against. Remove the tragedy, remove the grief. The cycle must break, he must not succeed. Family is family, pawns are pawns. Yet grief is grief, yet war is a choice. Don't let pawns stay as pawns. Reach the end of the board. A transformation guarantees a chance. Kind of dig on chess, or table chess, where some digs take, where a pawn reaches the end of the board, they can change to any other piece, right? Enemies are everywhere. Turn not friends away. The world is colorful. Embrace the color. Every ally tips the scales favorably. Against the weight of giants, an army of ants is needed. The descendant of giants, right? Mobility has been an issue for every expedition. The train station is promising. The gestrels exist. Aid in babysitting. A gold mine awaits. Why is Descendere? Why is Gamora? If you understand it, you understand it. A pentagon circle, a shining star. Its edges are sharp, they cut deep and hard. Maelle bears a terrifying secret. Verso cannot be trusted. The paintress Aline is not what she seems. Renoir seeks destruction, and Claire fights her war. Maelle, she must be helped to remember. Chroma is the key, Lumina is the aid, and the residue of expeditions past can be harnessed. Painting within the painting, the outside on the inside. Draw from the outside to the inside to the outside. Verso, the victim, a shadowy soul. Free him from suffering, merge the broken soul. The barrier between both worlds, a screen to view the other side. Perchance it holds some hope, a parent and a child separated by a sliver of screen. Aline, we misunderstood what the paintress stood for. She holds the door open, yet beneath her veil, a dark secret brews. Prevent her fall. Buy us time. Investigate the darkness. Landmines are far more dangerous than icebergs. Renoir, a grieving father, a guilty husband, yet his fear has taken over. To save one or two, a million sacrificed are too few. Don't trust the curator, a painted copy. Great strength will be needed to triumph against the odds. Claire, cold, calculating, and focused. Once a founder, now a death machine. Stay out of her path. The Nevrons, her agents. Roma flows not back to Aline, but to Renoir. Her goal is a fiction. No price is too little. Perhaps to them all, Kronos is just Kronos. Beings are just figments of paint. Perhaps we had it all wrong. When the collective fail, the survivor bears the highest burden. And that's a little bit of spoiler there. So one page for each apprentice, something I'm exploring. I'm not sure who the first page is. So what am I doing next? So currently, I'm trying to reword it. So, well, this is inspired by, I'm not sure if the Lumiere song. Well, if I type it rather than me trying to sing this and butcher it. So this is what it sounds like. Where I've reached. But it's kind of inspired by this. But you can have 3 or 4s. So if you do 4s, you're adding another 1 in between. Oh, this is only a 4. And that leaves that to be that. So can't do much with 2 characters. But it does give me some leeway to add in a character here or there. Which is why I left it this way. So if I'm rewording this, because you might have noticed it when I was reading it, it becomes less and less like a poem and more like an attempt to a poem. That's not be too much on me, right? So I want to reword this, right? The first chapter is important. Right, so what have I got so far? So I've reworded Gustave a good Gustave, a madman indeed, a saviour, forsaker, and warden to be. To make it work in the threes, Gustave a Gustave, cradle of madness, the saviour, forsaker, and warden to me. Well, he is the warden for the apprentices, right? And also to Maelle, so it's double meaning. Many fall short, their journeys untold, the lantern extinguished, our nights turn cold. Their sinking feet, grand stories untold. Such lanterns extinguish, starry nights grow cold. In worldly danger, our fight is true. Trapped, imprisoned, led astray, goes to danger, death, decay. So that's the worldly danger. And then their fight, duel, defend, defy. So duel is a JRPG. Kind of the point is you duel, right? So this is what that is. I'm not sure if this works, but I'm just running with it. I tried my best. I'm not sure what it's called, where you have a string of words starting with the same letter. So that's what I've gone for here. I didn't continue on with all the way, because it wouldn't work. Or I'm not that good. So the next bit is this one, right? Trapped, imprisoned, led astray. Fracture, fate's frame. So that is the canvas, so they are in a frame. And the frame holds the canvas, which traps them in place. So they're trapped and imprisoned. Led astray, beware the gilded lies. So verso lies, the world is a lie, could be anything, right? So it's an open-ended meaning. I think that's what I've gone with here. Try to keep meanings open-ended instead of where I was literally feeding in a specific viewpoint in this before. So I think if it's to be a poem, a poem needs to be multi-meaning. You can take what you want from it, kind of like the story. And the reason I can write this fanfiction is the team at Sanford Games, or Sanford Interactive, have done a really amazing job at keeping so many things open to the player's interpretation that I can take my own views on how I see things and work with it. So, next line, I'm rewriting. Preordained fate, puppets on a string, tapping to the tunes of a scar child's whims. That becomes Destiny's draft displayed. Well, it's got to be a draft if we have any hope of changing it. Dancing puppets sing, Hearst torch string. I don't know if this works. Bound secrets and masks. Right, I'm gonna have a look at our good old friend ChatGPT. If it could help me work out something different for bound secrets and masks. I don't think that kind of fits in. So puppets on the string became dancing puppets sing, cursed torch string, because they can't effectively defy the way they're being played, unless someone interferes. Bound secrets and masks. Bound by secrets and masks. Make something that suggests being bound by secrets and masks for a poem as a 3 or 4 word line. That's the prompt. Let's see what ChatGPT comes back with. The ChatGPT, although a lot of people glaze it, either I'm not a really good prompter, or it's not that great of a tool. Mask bound secrets 1, no. Filtered mask seal secrets, no. Man by masks and secrets, that's literally what I asked you to change. Whales fighting over miles, no. Gilded masks, hidden notes, no. Borrowed faces. No, can't do that. Dude, could do something to do with faces. Obscure faces. No. Mashed. Okay, I could do veiled faces. I can do the secrets bit. Veiled faces, whispering secrets. Nah, that won't work. Let me come back to streams, because even in case anyone's commenting to help me. So I need people to be on the stream, I need help. The power of the community. Right. What can we do? Okay. If it helps, just in case anyone does pop in, how can I do this? I can hide this to this. Like so. Just make this slightly bigger. Make this smaller. Now I can fit all of this like so. Maybe if I just zoom out a tiny bit. There we go. It's all on one screen. Yay, it's working. Right. So, veiled faces. Destiny's craft displayed dancing puppets sing cursed torch string. Veil. Can't be veiled to rhyme. It means is veil. Masks. What's synonym for secret? Synonyms for secret. Here we go. Confidence, no. Mystery, no. Enigma, no. Penitent, no. Overt, no. Doesn't work. All cryptic. Under wraps, off the record. Need to know. Veiled truth, sealed whisper. Ooh, could do law. Real masks. Whispers. Married by secrets and masks. Real masks. It has to be whispers. That's the only thing that can work. I think that's it. Can't think of anything better. Next, drenched, tainted lands. That's this one. Blood-soaked lands, flowers blooming red. Legacy defies when one falls, another must continue. So we've got drenched, tainted lands, blood rivers seep. Earth blooms red, our living souls weep. There's an issue because all of these lines can fit in. So in the way I'm trying to do it when one falls, another must continue. It doesn't work unless maybe something like this. Needs to do a new line. Okay, so what shall we say? When one falls, another must continue. What will be here? Rallied, organized battle. What I'm trying to say here, the previous one was about how many are dying. This one's when one falls, another must continue. So it needs to be about driving forwards. A single cause. What is that? A single cause. Is it slow rolling, right? What can I say? There's a single cause. Okay, that's the one. And then the next thing needs to be about no matter the price. Something like that. something like slow course, trudging forward. And the next thing needs to be about obstacles. Something about obstacles. Then I just need to find enough synonyms to get my thing. Okay, so traversing difficult terrain, going for an ultimate goal. Okay. ChatGPT actually did something here. I can't use this. One step of the lantern. Yeah, what got the thing lantern in somewhere. Yes, the same with lantern you can wish, can't use that one. Rain taught the spine to bow too many words. Okay, we ask it to do the same with lines of 3 or 4 words each. This is how ChatGPT was meant to be, to give you inspiration. You just throws in words, and then you can use those words. Especially if you're not really remembering words. Boots bite, loose, scree. Okay. Wind salts, open cuts. Rope humps over void. Okay, rope's a good one. Blistering hands. Blistering hands. Does ChatGPT have that anywhere? No, it doesn't. Like, no. It's just got rope humps over void. Can I link that to rope? Blistering hands, grip rope. That's weak. ChatGPT does have some good ones. Mighty knee, ice and boots. But there's so many different landscapes in Clair Obscur that doesn't work. Blistering hands. Wielding rope? No, that doesn't work. Blistering hands, grip rope. Let me just put that in. Blistering hands, grip rope. Reword this for maximum impact. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Bite rope, okay. Blistering palms, bite rope, but I want it to be hands. Lamp rope, weld rope, find rope. Burn rope, no, I don't know where you're going with that. Seize rope. Anchor rope, lock rope. I don't think those works. Where does it say bite? No one works. Blistering hands. Bite. Rope. Torn hands, bite rope. Burnt hands, bite rope. Flip palms, seize line. Now, I have to use my own imagination here. Blistering hands. It has to be blistering hands. Let me Google what are those handle things in. What are those handle things in Expedition 33 called? Rails. No. I actually have to charge it to Google. What are the different grip slash movement things in the game? Clair Obscur. considering game mechanics, searching game mechanics, clarifying movement mechanics, investigating movement mechanics, opening page 8 for control and movement. Nice. Summarizing movement mechanics. Providing movement mechanics summary, great. Here we go. Dodge, perfect dodge, parry. No, that's not what I'm asking. Jump and jump counter, gradient counter. No. That's not what I wanted at all. Handrails. Open world exploration. Like the ropes. Let's see. Tempted comes back with, you failed me. You were supposed to be one of us. Now wear masks, whispers. Whispers, masks, veils. No. Veil, masks, whispers. Please put veils, masks, and whispers. That works better. Right. Grapple lines, there we go. Blisters. Grapple. Rope. Whisper. Horn. Hook. This is called grapple. There's grapple, and then there's... What was the one? What did I say before? Hmm. Let me see if I open out Expedition 33, all journals. Check all. I can actually see a picture of all the journals. It tells you all journal locations, but if anyone has compiled the list of all the journals, the body to create a bridge for those to come after. And the line lies fail. Okay, there's nothing here about rails. Low on foot, immediately all my kills, smaller trophies. That isn't it. Grandest, that's what the giants are called. Right. All the submarines, oh, there's a submarine one as well. Interesting. Edition 44, this is the one, I know there was one who did the one, did the, what's it called, where you climb. Trying to figure out what they're called. There's an expedition code as well. I only know 23. There's the wheel one. 51, no, that isn't it. He was one of the early ones. The seed engineers. A lot of engineers. What's expedition 58? Small 600 splat, okay. Max one. Convinced everyone to eat and everyone. The mushroom broth though, Expedition 59. Right. Expedition 60 of course. Yeah. Expedition 61. Margot. 62. Okay, we're keeping a scoreboard. 63. 64. 65. No, 66. Which one agrees to the one who put all the letter things? Here we go, climbing handholds. Is that what they're called? Handholds? Spent so much time figuring out the word, and the word was handholds. Hence feel, it's a wee bit disappointed. Gonna keep on continuing. Maybe there's another word. Much easier to install, setting those last few handholds. Okay. There are handholds, there's grapples, there's rope. Okay, here we go. Handholds, grapple, rope, journals. Not that it rhymes, but it fits the rule of 3 or 4 words. 4. Handholds, grapple, rope. And double journals. Handholds, grapple, rope. Blistered hands. Slip. Handholds, grapple, rope. Blistered hands, slip. Because we're getting there. Airships. What else was there? I'm probably gonna have to read all the journals to make this work. Aside because, on one hand, I really love reading all the lore and putting it together, but on the other hand, I do want to crack on with the novel, right? Or fanfiction. Been at it for an hour and a half, and barely made any progress. Okay, what can I do? So the first chapter can be about this. Second chapter, I probably need to read journals. Compile. Condensed summary of the journals. We'll do that for chapter 2. Okay. Now, if I go back to ChatGPT, blistered hand slip. Reword this for me, please. Wounded. Okay. Wounded, blistered, thick. No, okay, maybe you can work it. So on a handhold, you'll slip. On a grapple, hip slap. Ooh, triple S. I need another word starting with S. On a handhold, what if the handhold falls out? What do you call that? Engineering fault. You grapple. You can slide off the handholds. Slide, snap, slip. There we go. Slide, snap, slip. Yeah. Made progress. Slide, snap, slip. Handholds, grapple, rope. Slide, snap, slip. When one falls, another must continue. I managed to fix it. Perfect. All the effort was definitely worth it. Right. Yeah, I've gotten far of changing the order of things. Right. Rally to battle, failure stacked high, fast winning resources, wake up, goodbye. This is about the expedition's not being successful. Broken family ties, shattered children lives, expedition, orphan machine is priced too high. Oracle Ember Saint, Parried Orphan Whims, you probably noticed talking about Maelle when it says Parried. Terrifying Frotted Memories, Dual Sides to Her Blade, Gore, Guilt, Grief, Keys to Transformation, Sister, Daughter, Monster, Color Face to White, again, Maelle to Alicia. Guide, Protect, Save, Truth, Trust, Faith, Value, Life, Equally, Freedom is uncontrolled. Unfiltered, Devious Hindsight, Grown from Mistakes, Correcting both wrongs, two families mustn't collide. I was in the flow, I was writing that yesterday night. I broke in the flow. What else? Oh, we've got Maelle on our side. We need to tell her the truth. Where did I write that? Okay, maybe I should color code this. I've done these ones. Okay, let's do it this way, so it's easy to follow. Maelle bears terrifying secret. I've done that one. Okay, chroma is the key. I can't write that just yet. Okay, so he went far back enough. Maelle. Informing about Maelle. Well, first bit, Gustave. Fair descriptions. Some hints about lies. When one falls, another must continue. Tomorrow comes. Failed expeditions. The orphanage. Maelle. Next. Sophie. Perspective. Perspective. Helps compromise. No. I don't know like this. I finished it yesterday and I was still in the flow state. Flow state is rare. Well, where I was trying to go with this. So I've got Maelle. Now I need to talk about Sophie. But he needs to compromise. But how do I write that? Okay. Perspective. Growth compromise? No. Age compromise? No. Perspective. Compromise. Happiness. Share. Share. Share joys. Share joy. Full wonder. Share joyful wonder. Right. Views. Right beliefs. Perspective. Share joyful wonder. Right beliefs. Perspective. Block not the path. Perspective. Block not the path. So difficult. Share joyful wonder. Right beliefs. Perspective. I think that's alright. The next bit. Come on, brain, cook up something. Where's Elon Musk with his microchip? Maybe it'll help me become a better writer, right? Maybe drop a comma there. Just make me feel better. And remove the formatting so I can stop focusing on that. I've got a very bad habit. Going back and changing things, even changing necessarily to just go back and revisit something I wrote previously. Shared joyful wonder, cracked beliefs, perspective. Enjoy moments together. Enjoy moments together. Life is fleeting. Joyful wonder, cracked beliefs, perspective. Enjoy moments together. Love life is fleeting. There we go. That's it, Sophie. So I got you in one sentence. Check off the list. Who's next? What's next? What have I got to do? So I have rise above guilt. No, fly above guilt. Fly above guilt. Don't want to be guilty about anything. Ian is reading this. Fly above guilt. Well, I was going somewhere with something in mind, but it just slipped away. Fly above guilt. Old, no. Fly above guilt. What's next? Not even halfway there. Fly above guilt. What else can Gustave do? Rally lost souls. Lead. No. Path to salvation. Stars. Light. Reflect. Warm flames. Above guilt. Rally lost souls. Path to salvations. Ignite. Flame. Rain. Ignite. Lead. Fade. Shine, we fly. Lead, ignite. Maybe you should go away. Shine, lead, ignite. Ignite. Above guilt, rally lost souls. Path to salvation. Shine, lead, ignite. Fight. Shine, lead, ignite, fight. Maybe you will survive. Ignite, survive. Eyes. Ends fall. Dozens may fall. Thousands stand tall. One breath of man. Licks. Sways damnation to salvation. Thousands stand tall. One breath of man sways damnation to salvation. No one's done. It's probably not the strongest one, but it works. Swings from weight damnation to salvation. Sways damnation to salvation. Okay. How many graves? How many graves? How many graves? How many graves? Hiya. Oh, I don't know. I just saw your. Hiya. Yeah, I didn't even notice it until just now when I noticed there was something on my phone. Maybe I should just put my phone up here somewhere where I can see. I think my laptop's on a stand, one of the squeeze stands, so it's tilted and I can't really rush my phone anywhere. Ah! That didn't work. Okay, I'm just gonna have to glance at my phone every few seconds, okay? I mentioned, what's this do? Not sure if you're still here. Okay, continue on. How many graves? How many graves? Dead, all alone. All alone. In the air, a graveyard. Alone. All past. They don't give me timestamps, which is very helpful on chat, so I don't know how long these messages were. And that's bugging me. Right, let's soldier on. So how have we got? Survival, surviving, not alive. Alive, not surviving. Hot, turned cold. Hearts chilled. Oh, chilled hearts. Burning, chilled hearts. Surviving not alive is basically painted worse, so alive not surviving is basically good stuff. He's not surviving, but he's alive in the house, right? It shows him trying, so I don't know how to word that. I just put visionaries, vision, at least pronounce vision, visionaries, heroes, visionaries, heroes, always missed, always near, and dear. Nah, I don't think so. Surviving this life, life is surviving, turning chilled hearts. Okay, you need to do this help me, Gustave. Expeditions. Truth. Canvas. Canvas. Secrets. Masks. 8 secrets and masks. That's again expeditions. Editions. Expeditions. Editions. Orphans. Maelle. Maelle. Gustave / Maelle. This is Sophie. It's Gustave. It's Gustave. It's Lumiere. They moved that one down. They moved this one. Beneath, move this one. Yeah, Verso. Slash Gustave. Here's what we've got now. Map of guilt. Reveil of souls, passive salvation, shiny heat ignites life. Distance may fall, thousand stand tall, one breath of man's way, damnation to salvation. Surviving to life, life of surviving, cunning chilled hearts, always near and dear. I think I leave it at that. Near and dear. The grave, death will alone, leaving our graveyard, or necromancer help us. Now, if I try to figure out dialogue, I even sent emails, when I was playing this, I was typing. Always bring backup. Eloise, Ophelie, Trash Can Man. We're already dead. Technically, it's pretty short 3 or 4 words. A bit cheeky, but if you count yours 1 word, maybe. Right here. 4, 5. I can sneak that in, hopefully no one minds. What's supposed to do? Okay, that doesn't work. 1539. I can see the timing there. 1539. Can I see the timing of this one? Okay, so what can I do? So it's got to be Lumiere, Lumiere, Lumiere. Acceptance. Or acceptance or defiance. Let's see. That's what you can come up with to help me with this. Power break. It's got a really nice word, surrender. Acceptance. Surrender. Woods. Resistance. See. I can come up with a few more words. We're using similar words for us, especially poem, isn't it? I think so. Rise. Be. Just put in distance. Oh, we're trying to find somewhere to put my phone. I can keep an eye on chat. Blood, sweat, resistance. What else did I learn from this? How can I word this? Okay. Let's talk about the viewpoint. The conditions left. Abandoned for glory. Left behind. And for glory. Escape. And for glory. Private marsh. Office private marsh. Behind that comes to us all, okay? Do not talk about that. The next thing to talk about is probably the cult. Or is it? say? We're saying about halfway. 41 lines. And then another line, and then we'll copy paste this. And then glory. I think I've got that contact dialogues. Was there anything else that I need to add in? Yeah, I really want to add this line in, right? This is what, I was playing the prologue yesterday, just so I can get more tidbits for the lore. And you see Eugene, Jean, and Noah were chanting this mantra, right? Making their memories, so it's also in here. I want Ranger Fanfiction. Yeah, that's what it's called. Movie again. Living and timer. Blocks. Public enemy. Our biggest enemy. Blocks. Me and neurons. Shout. Ream. Is blame fair? All are prisoners. All hide facts. Stranger than fiction. Their sadness. Duck. In cycle. Bearing such sadness. Chat again just in case anyone's messaged here. No. No, I've gone paranoid in case anyone's messaging and I don't see it. right, stuck in cycle, bearing such sadness. Send out empathy, dangerous. What have we got here? Painted by fluke. Long out island. Warning signs. Painted. Signs stroked. Brush strokes. Ignored and hated. Not dangerous. I've seen that. Here's Sophie's use, but it's not dangerous. Dangerous. What did you say about Aline and the committee? I'm trying to figure this out. Head of the Painters Council, right? What did you say here? Head of council or something? Head of committee. Let's go to YouTube. Edition 33, Act 3. Let's just do gameplay. I'm just gonna see if anyone on YouTube maybe. Okay, here we go, full gameplay. Okay, is this one better? All cutscenes. Here we go. Epilogue. Let's check this once again, make sure no one's pushed anything. No one's pushed anything. Perfect. I'm not missing out anything. Okay, here we are. Alicia's watching Renoir and Aline, who was stuck in posture. Claire's walking. Little Shadow's awake. Can I speed this? Here it goes, sped up. Parents are stubborn, they're fighting the canvas. As they're imprisoned. One imprisoned. Above. One imprisoned below. It's been there quite for a while. Too many or found a logical quotient. Leave us numbers off the canvas. We're all grieving. Head of the Painters' Council. Here we go. Head of the Painters' Council. Then below. Into grieving at loss. I can word this. One imprisoned. No, it's grieving at loss. That's worse though. Lumiere, her power. Don't underestimate the Head of the Painters' Council. Head of the Painters' Council. Which plots a brew. Plots a brew. Heavens have mercy. This is dangerous slash Renoir. Only one more line of the to prevent her fall. Buy us time. Mustn't fall. Borrow time. Spend borrowed time. Put this in here. And circle closer. Infinity stretch borrowed time. Or stretch borrowed time. What's truly hidden? Landmines and icebergs. Stray landmines and icebergs. Rain cross again. What have got so far? Gustave Auguste, cradle of madness, you savior forsaken and warden to me. Their sinking feet grant stories untold, such lanterns extinguish starry nights grow cold. Danger, death, decay, dual defend, defy, fracture fate's frame, beware the gilded lies. Destiny's craft displayed, dancing puppets sing, cursed torch string, veils, masks, and whispers. Drenched, tainted lands, blood rivers seep, earth blooms red, our living souls weep. Handholds grapple rope, slide, snap, slip. When one falls, another must continue. Denial dreams legacy, their wishes unfulfilled. Left behind tears, for tomorrow comes. Rally to battle, failure stacked high. Fast dwindling resources, wave hope goodbye. Broken family ties, shattered children lives. Expedition orphan machine, its price too high. Oracle ember saint, parade orphan whims. Terrifying frosted memories, dual sides to her blade. Gore, guilt, grief, keys to transformation. Sister, daughter, monster, colors fade to white. Guide, protect, save. Truth, trust, faith. Value life equally. Freedom is uncontrolled. Unfiltered, devious hindsight. Grown from mistake. Correcting both wrongs. Two families mustn't collide. Share joyful wonder. Cracked beliefs, perspective. Enjoy moments together. Love, life is fleeting. Fly above guilt. Rally lost souls. Path to salvation. Shine, lead, ignite, survive. Dozens may fall. Thousands stand tall. One breath of man sway damnation to salvation. Surviving, not alive. Alive, not surviving. Cunning, chilled hearts. Always near and dear. How many graves? Death, all alone. Lumiere, a graveyard. Oh, necromancer, help us. Acceptance, surrender, cowards. Blood, sweat, resistance. We're already dead. You're just catching up. Abandoned for glory. Selfish, private homage. Those left behind. Death comes to us all. Our biggest enemy. Clocks, paint, and neurons. We can scream. The paintress. Is blame fair? All are prisoners. Cults hide facts, stranger than fiction. Stuck in cycle, bearing such sadness, extend out empathy, Aline, the paintress. Painted by fluke, flung out island, warning brushstrokes, ignored and hated. Grieving such loss, Lumiere her power, don't underestimate her, head of the painters' council. One imprisoned above, one imprisoned below, such cluster brew, heavens have mercy. Aline mustn't fall, stretch borrowed time, what's truly hidden? Stray landmines and icebergs. Okay, I think that flows so far. Now I'm just gonna fun doing this. So, you probably hear that in the background. Love wallpaper I did. I tried to get it way too deep there.
Les toits passeurs noirs brillent fera. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures, trouvera sans elle.
You know what, I'm just thinking maybe it'll be easy to copy paste. Quite fun writing it at the same time, giving me some time to rest my brain.
Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures, trouvera sans elle. noir, gris fera. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, rature, clair obscur, guardéon, peinture. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle.
Also why that's right, I don't know, it's a snake. It's a snake thing. Which is unfulfilled.
Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle.
Resources.
S'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave Journal, nous descera d'Orient, c'est là. Dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di da. Dim da 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 dim da da da.
If anyone has any suggestions, steps, or such, feel free to shout in chat about watching this. Update to a special place, or to read it. I'm sure I can give notifications when you get a message.
Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans
Feel
elle.
free to comment
Clair
on
obscur, trouble
Webnovel
de rature, courbera
when
et
it's
ferme.
published.
Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble, rature. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble, rature. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et ferme. Clair obscur, guardéon, peinture, trouvera sans elle.
Believe that works, okay.
Noir, gris fera. Clair obscur, trouble ratures courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de ratures courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble rature. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle.
What you get to freedom of control. That's good there. Save, slash, unfolded. Leave this.
Clair obscur, trouble rature. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle.
Beliefs, perspective. Enjoy. Habits.
S'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave comme guardian, nous descera d'Orient, c'est là. Les toits passeront noirs, gris fera. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Oh, clair obscur, trouble rature. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble rature. Clair obscur, voir des hauts peintures. obscur, voir des hauts peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, trouble, rature, clair, obscur, gardé aux peintures. Clair, obscur, double de rature, courbera et faible. Clair, obscur, gardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, courbera et faible. Clair, obscur, gardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. S'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave Journal, nous descera d'Orient, c'est là. Dim dim da 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 dim dim da 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 dim da di dam. Dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dam di di dam. Dans sera gravi, les toits passeront noirs, gris fera. Clair obscur, double de rature, courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, gardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, double de rature, courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, gardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble, rature. Clair obscur, gardé aux peintures.
Duplicate. Not what I'm looking for. I'm going to do that. Is that what I'm looking for? No, it's a dashboard. How many words? Okay, 342 words. So it's previously 742. So to get to the same, we need 400 more words. Whilst I'm here, I need to figure out a way to promote these alternative names to the lengthy, very uncharismatic name I have at the moment for it. I'm not sure where to post that, but we'll come back to that. Right. So where were we? Okay, so what I've got. I bet it's not real yet. Canvas, here we go. Where Guild is live. No, to have it. Okay, because we mentioned painting here. Got that one. What else did I have from email? Okay, something I need to investigate. Let me just open chat if you know one's messaged anything, nothing yet. Right, what is the living weight? Let me go to folder 0. What is the living weight? Okay, so it's a funeral held while the person is still alive. Oh, okay, so I get it, so it's a celebration. The living weight, okay. Where did I write about? Okay, let me move that back to here. graveyard. Already death comes to us all. Celebrating their passing. Annual festivities abound. Honor these memories. Honor their memory. The living wake. The memory. I feel alright, living wake. Omba. Joyfully for the names I need. Yeah. Hey. Copy that. Do this. Where was this? This was abandoned for glory. Here we are. In the passing. It is bound. Honor the memory. Cheer the living wake. Wait. Hey, I got the living wake bit. What else was there? What's the tree thing called? Maybe the previous one. Me. The white tree. So visual motive, okay? So, we don't mention the word white tree here, I don't think it fits, so it's not necessary to cram it in. Right, what about next? It's not real, none of it is. Palmer, not living, still living, from history, not just key, stand together, life was living, with tragedy. Renoir, Kronos. Okay. We've got main quest, if I'm looking at it, gameplay perspective, got Gustave conditions, got Maelle, got that lean must be. Hmm. reflection of reality. Truth. Reality. Reflection of reality. Maybe a little bit. Reflection of reality. What else? Merely canvas. Reflection of reality. Hand painted canvas. Lives. A lie. Painted canvas. Our lives a lie. Not truthfully. Nah. No hand painted canvas. Lives a lie? No. It is here. We have souls. World false. Lives true. Yearning for freedom. My true yearning for freedom. Where was the other one? Where do I write this? Smooth highlight what I'm working on. Right, I put this to orange. Okay, let's try this again. This is what I'm looking at. I think I've got a knock at the door. Up 2 minutes. Hello? Is my microphone still connected, right? I think you can hear me. Yeah. It's gonna be 2 minutes. Sorry about this. Let me just pop this down. I still got my phone on me, so if you got any messages in the meantime, feel free to drop them. Hold on, we'll have a mic. Sorry about that. I'm back. I just got to get everything back. My laptop. Here we go. Right. Hello? Hello? Ooh. Hello? No. Not working. Not great. Right. How do I switch? Audio source. Hello? Hello? Oh. I think it's fine. Sorry if there's a bit of an echo. Right. Okay. So I was looking at that line. The second line I'm looking at. Here you go. We have souls, we have lives, and we yearn for freedom. Our world falls, our life true, yearning for freedom. We matter 2. I don't know if that works. Right. Those are done. Beetles. Okay. So this is about humans and themselves. Maybe we can shrink these down. We can see that. And we can shrink that one as well. It's all visible on screen. Right. And shrink this one. Okay. What's that fake secret masks? We'll keep it. Not sure. Okay. World's false are lies true. If I will edit it and put it back in. That's that. Anything. I think so. Ooh, I think I fixed it. Left? No. Okay. I think it's changing the microphone. That's fine. Okay. So, our world's false, our lives true, yearning for freedom. Matter 2 is probably 2 on the nose. Yearning for freedom. Just living, breathing, conscious. Breathing and conscious. So they are not soldiers. We are not soldiers, boys, playthings, playthings. Change, destroy. With defender farmers are looking to change them, destroy them, or what? Change, harness, destroy. Better ways to tackle grief. Not soldiers, toys, playthings. Change, harness, destroy. Not soldiers, toys, playthings. We criminally weak. And broken. Criminally weak and broken. Weak and broken. Soldiers, toys, playthings. Criminally weak and broken. Not waging wars. No. Fighting. Fighting. Each day. Valuing. Weak and broken. Building bridges of bodies. One day, karma will bite. Bodies, one day, karma will bite. Road and destiny, yes. Fortune. Preordained fortune. I wish I got rid of the word preordained, so I can use it now. Preordained fortune. Ending are fixed. fortune. Hair down. Worn down cages. Worn down. Note pages. Torn up pages. Defiant. Rule breakers. Each breath. Heights. Billions. Billions. Preordained fate. Preordained fortune. Torn up pages. Defiant rule breakers. Breath hiding billions. Breath hiding. Hiding. Change. Each breath. Thriving. Each breath striving for change. So many fallen. Breath striving for change. Okay, let's try changing that. Main. Nearly looking broken. Building bridges of bodies. One day karma will bite. Burning bright. Where'd it go? Milestones will eventually reach. Kind of a nod to Gustave Journal's stones. Stones will eventually reach. Processing. Stones will strike. Will strike. The stones will strike. The stones will strike. All is just from a weak and broken building, bridges of bodies. One stone. Gracefully strikes. So all you need, one stone is an act of defiance. We're right here before I forget. Legacy. Each path striving. I'll just leave it at that. One stone, one gracefully strikes. All's burning bright. Notification. Right, what's that? Message. Right, what's this? Last two lines. Soldiers, toys, playthings. Criminally weak and broken. Building bridges of bodies. Until one gracefully strikes. One gracefully strikes. Preordained fortune, torn out pages, defiant root breakers, each breath striving. So many fallen. Carried forward legacies. Fallen, carried forward legacies. Carried forward legacies to remember and be remembered. For those who come after. Hope. Torch. Stays alight. For those who come after. Who legacy torch stays alight for those who come after. remember and be remembered. Remember and be remembered. Remember and remembered. Legacy towards state light, remember and remembered. Heart. Lost. Meet. Those come after. Not one. After. Remembered. Forever. Remember and remembered. Remember and remembered. A. For a better future. A better future. Let dry. Imagined better future. Imagined. All. Given. The future let dry heart last beat for those who come after. That's gonna make this work. Each blood drop drips. The ultimate prize. Each blood drop drips. Heart last beat for those who come after. Sacrifice. And short. What? Vision. Now clouded. Vengeance and hate. All fades away. Fades away. Fades away. Blood drop drips, heart last beat for this commander, one man short, vision unclouded. And all fades away. Like bone of Lumiere. Mustn't ever bend. Stand behind. Destined. All stand behind. Saves. Save and safe. Nah, too much corny. Stand behind. The sword beats the brush. Sword cut the brush. This is Dictionaries. This is Gustave. This was Expedition 33, and again this is Gustave. What have we got next? What have I got to do? Remove the grief. Unworthy. Once bent. Once cracked. It cracks. Tragedy begets grief. Where am I? Here we go. All it cracks, tragedy begets grief. One, too many. Tragedy begets grief. untimely demise. Tragedy. Untimely tragedy. Only begets grief. Grief, not grief. One too many for untimely tragedy. Only for untimely tragedy only begets grief. Transition. Rules. Loss and cycle. Endless cycle. Loss and endless cycle. How can I say when Gustave falls? Rush. If cut down. An untimely tragedy. Hope cut down. Untimely tragedy. Vengeance and grief. Sworn vengeance. And I have that, yeah, vision. Yeah, sworn. Blinded by grief. Down time tragedy blinded by grief. Lost in endless cycle. This is wow. Constantly hitting it interspersed in between. Okay. What's next? Hmm. Okay, so we've gotten to that point. So now, what's next? Twisted world views. Twisted world views. World views. Hmm. Forward a message. Oh, let me check back on here. Yeah, nothing here. Okay. Hmm. Did world views. Okay. twisted world reviews. Obscure. Emotional cues. This is referring to Maelle ending. It wasn't clear. Misbrain Maelle ending here. Whilst. Yes. Voice of reason. Nowhere to be found. There's no voice of reason left at the end of the game. So, they don't need that one. Everything, just scratch that. Scratch that. Nowhere to be found. He's basically just telling you to be that voice of reason, right? Knowledge. Art and allies. There's the one about chroma. Chroma, lumina, paint, paints. And allies. Chroma, lumina, taints. Gather every advantage. Need my name, isn't it? Advantage. Knowledge, art, allies. Chroma, lumina, taints. Gather every advantage. Here we go. Hear that one. Here we go. Gather every advantage. Rent. Room. Catastrophe. This is Gustave. Catastrophe. Okay, so what do I need to do? Knowledge. Voice of reason. Hidden amongst archives. Knowledge. Countless journals. Records and journals. Where's going to get knowledge from, right? It's got to get knowledge from the archives and journals. It's records and journals. And journals. Wheeze. Out. Only truth. Gustave, knowledge. Art. Art is power. Chroma breathes life as grants skills. Chroma breathes life, Brictus grant skills. It's Lumina. You had it written down what Lumina is. You just make sure there's no chats. Abilities you internalize. Lumina isn't the end. The end. Or secrets. Gustave and allies aren't enemies. Don't proactively aggravate. Here we go, no one else will chat. All aren't enemies, don't proactively aggravate. Bad cause. Friendships. Every corner. In all corners. Is that one done? Enrich world. Weigh their scales. Standing against giants. Ants gather. for an excuse. Countless lives ended, waging eternal wars. Apologies. Defender, qu'est-ce que t'as fait? Don't leave that one. Wide pathways. Veiled footsteps. Rebound. World ever changing. Never changes. Calamity hides amongst Monday. Hidden. Honor. Changing. And that's as far as I'm going to get today. But in my brain, I think the quality dipped right about these parts. I'll revisit it in the next session and hopefully I can flesh this out a bit more. Now it just seems like I'm rushing through it. Yeah, let me just first of all update this. On here. On here.
Les toits passeront noirs, gris fera. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, dans des hautes peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, dans des hautes peintures, trouvera sans elle. Oh, clair obscur, clair obscur, guardé aux peintures. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair obscur, guardé au bas
Gustave, oh Gustave, cradle of madness, le saviour, forsaker, and warden to me. Their sinking feet, grand stories untold, such lanterns extinguished, starry nights grow cold. Danger, death, decay, duel, defend, defy, fracture fate's frame, beware the gilded lies. Destiny's draft displayed, dancing puppets sing, cursed torch string, veils, masks, and whispers. Drenched tainted lands, blood rivers seep, earth blooms red, our living souls weep. Handholds grapple rope, slide snap slip, when one falls, another must continue. Denial dreams legacy, their wishes unfulfilled, left behind tears, for tomorrow comes. Rally to battle, failure stacked high, fast dwindling resources, wave hope, goodbye. Broken family ties, shattered children lives, expedition orphan machine, its price too high. Oracle Ember Saint, parried orphan whims, terrifying frosted memories, dual sides to her blade. Gore, guilt, grief, keys to transformation, sister, daughter, monster, color fades to white. Guide, protect, save, truth, trust, faith, value lives equally, freedom is uncontrolled. Unfiltered, devious hindsight, grown from mistakes, correcting both wrongs, two families mustn't collide. Shared joyful wonder, cracked beliefs perspective, enjoy moments together, love, life is fleeting. Fly above guilt, rally lost souls, path to salvation, shine, lead, ignite, survive. Dozens may fall, thousands stand tall, one breath of man, sway damnation to salvation. Surviving not alive, alive not surviving, cunning chilled hearts, always near and dear. How many graves, death all alone, Lumiere, a graveyard, oh necromancer, help us. Acceptance, surrender, cowards, blood, sweat, resistance, we're already dead, you're just catching up. Abandoned for glory, selfish, private homage, those left behind, death comes to us all. Celebrating their passing, annual festivities abound, honor their memory, cheer the living wake. Our biggest enemy, clocks, paint, and neurons, we can scream. The paintress. Is blame fair? All are prisoners. Cults hide facts, stranger than fiction. Stuck in cycle, bearing such sadness, extend out empathy. Aline, the paintress. Painted by fluke, flung out island, warning brush strokes, ignored and hated. Grieving such loss, Lumiere her power. Don't underestimate her, head of the Painters' Council. One imprisoned above, one imprisoned below. Such plots are brew, heavens have mercy. Aline mustn't fall, stretch borrowed time, what's truly hidden, stray landmines and icebergs. Reflection of reality, hand-painted canvas, our lives a lie, souls burning bright, our world false, our lives true, yearning for freedom, living, breathing and conscious. Soldiers, toys, playthings, criminally weak and broken, building bridges of bodies until one gracefully strikes. Preordained fortune, torn out pages, defiant rule breakers, each breath striving. So many fallen, carried forward legacies, torch stays alight, forever, remember and remembered. The ultimate sacrifice, each blood drop drips, heart's last beat for those who come after. One man short, vision now clouded, vengeance and hate, all fades away. Backbone of Lumiere mustn't ever bend, all stand behind, sword cuts the brush. Hope cut down, an untimely tragedy, blinded by grief, loss, and endless cycle. Twisted worldviews, obscure emotional cues, voice of reason, nowhere to be found. Knowledge, art, allies, chroma lumina taints, gather every advantage, prevent grim catastrophe. Voice of reason hidden amongst archives, countless records and journals squeeze out only truth. Art is power, chroma breathes life, pictures grant skills, harness its secrets. All aren't enemies, don't proactively aggravate. Existence shared cause, friends in all corners. Colors enrich worlds, weigh fair scales, standing against giants and scatter armies. Descender family's fate, weave net destruction, pawn slay kings, pull through to the end. Grief and excuse, countless lives ended, waging eternal wars. Why is Descendre? Echoing void pathways, failed footsteps rebound, world ever-changing, hidden calamity every corner. I think that's it. That's all, folks. See you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another video from Sima Zhang, the Puppet Master. Hopefully there's no echo this time. I just done two tests to make sure there's no echo. I think it's because I'm using Streamlabs. But this isn't clear already, I'm not really good at tech. I think I added two audio sources, so one is desktop audio, the second one is mic. And somehow that creates echo. Right, so jumping right into where we previously left off. So the the fanfiction I'm working on, I've changed the name from the bland, lengthy old name, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 Gustave's Journal fanfiction, to now be, well, if I just refresh this, it should show, Reveil Obscur Gustave's Lantern. That's a much nicer name, I hope. I did add a survey. I only got one response, so this is what we're running with. The options, if anybody is interested, were, let's see, post. 1. Reveil Obscur Gustave's Lantern. 2. Lumière Déchue, Livre Noir. I used Google Translate to come up with something. The third one, Voix So Voixavenir, and then Junient, which means the void. You know, Livre Noir from Darkness or something along those lines that I was going for. I guess it makes sense to just stick with Reveil Obscur, Gustave Lantern, the one I know what it actually means from first look rather than having to go back into translate. I think it's easier to associate Reveil Obscur with Clair Obscur, and clearly having Gustave's name in this probably makes it easy to follow along with. The first thing I want to do today is to change my synopsis. So, not that one. Here we go. Yeah, so if I go to detail and then abstract, right, let me come through here. Where was I trying to do this? This is refreshing. Where did I paste this? Not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. Okay, here we go. What if I start with Gustave? Yeah, I'm going to get further than this. I just need to rewrite the synopsis in a way that can make, well, to actually attract readers and convey the concept that I'm trying to get at. The concept being Gustave surviving. I did put spoilers. Yeah, I did put spoilers in the title of this. Right, so yeah, so Gustave, the one who shone brightest. A shadow cast on the hearts of Expedition 33 when tragedy struck. Maelle grieved. Alicia grieved. Worn daughter, sister, legacy bearer, because she calls Gustave like a brother and father. Vengeance. Can I word this? Maybe if I make this into the next paragraph. Sister, legacy bearer. The one who shone brightest shadow cast on the heart of Expedition 33. Maybe I put another. The deepest shadow cast. A spiral for the disaster expedition. Shadows was cast. Spiral for the disaster expedition. Expedition 33. Here we go. So the one who shone brightest, the deepest shadow was cast. Or if I put was the one who shone brightest ultimately overshadowed by darkness, the darkness of painted Renoir, overshadowed by darkness. Another strike, another spiral, another strike, another casualty. Yet hope seemed dimmer with the disaster expedition. Edition 33. And then the next bit. Maelle grieved, Alicia grieved, sworn daughter, sister, legacy bearer. Vowed. I can word this, so Misery the skin pushed off the one shown brightest, ultimately overshadowed by darkness. Another strike, another casualty, yet hope seemed Dimmer for the disaster expedition, Expedition 33. Maelle grieved, Alicia grieved, sworn daughter, sister, legacy bearer, vower of vengeance, clouded by hatred. The paintress must pay. Renoir must pay. Yet, why am I doing this? Doing that thing, I start capitalizing letters. Paintress. Probably makes sense because I was working on, what's it called? The stanzas, I believe you call them, for the first chapter. It's basically the apprentices writing the first chapter. Must pay. Yet the ultimate price was paid by the canvas. Such rage. Maybe it's too. She's not that driven by rage. A useless relic. The writer's weapon. A hope-laced journal. From mentee to mentor. Basically from the apprentices to Gustave. Mentee to mentor. Discarded by its intended recipient. How do you spell recipient? Recipient, I think. So basically when Maelle returns in Act 2 after defeating the paintress to Lumiere, she hands the journal to, I believe it's Alexander, one of Gustave's apprentices. And the shock of not Gustave handing over the journal makes him drop the journal and he runs away. It's never shown again after that. However, I believe there's a lot more value that the journal can deliver. Did I not write it here? No, okay. Maybe if I just write what I've been writing in forums here, but why I'm doing this. So discarded by its intended recipient. Let's write here. Yet, or maybe I've used overused yet. Sorrow, no, grief. No, it's not grief. So basically, my view is I've gone with Maelle's ending, and she basically revives all the residents of Lumiere. However, from the very moment in Act 2 when it's painted Renoir, no, it's Renoir, was the curator Renoir, causes the homage, everyone turns to petals. Now, I don't believe it's possible to revive people in this universe. Reason being, if it was, Aline would have done so, or Claire might have, Claire, or Painted Verso, might have used this ability on Expedition 0. However, it's never been done before, and Maelle's been shown as the weakest member of the Descender family. So if they're all unable to do this, I doubt Maelle would be able to. But I think, I did read a theory, so I've been doing a lot of research online. Coming into what I'll be doing next, I'll be making a new chapter to preface the story, which I'm going to put credits in, so where I've got content online from. But yeah, I've seen content that suggests Verso isn't as simple as it seems, so I've seen people calling him the Great Liar, Betrayer. So maybe Verso's been misleading Alicia for his own ends. So he and Claire seem like goal-driven people, so they'll do anything. Well, when I say it like that, maybe it's the whole Descender family. They'll do anything to achieve their goal. Renoir is willing to destroy an entire canvas of sentient people just to bring closure to his family. Aline was willing to twist and change the entire canvas just so she could reminisce about Verso. And she even created a painted family version of the Descender family. Then you see Claire, where she's created the Nevrons, and basically is the #1 enemy of Lumiere. Most expeditioners fall to Nevrons. So I believe what Painted Verso was trying to do was he realized he needed an army of people to face off against Renoir, or if Aline somehow came back. So it was a contingency, mainly Renoir. So he wanted to fight against Renoir just so he could destroy the canvas, which is what, if you chose Verso's ending, you end up doing. But to get to that end, he somehow needed to convince Alicia to create an army. Now, she wouldn't have done it if she wasn't aware that those weren't original copies. So there's obvious signs for it. So when Maelle revives Luna, she's no longer averse to Verso. she's always been suspicious of Verso, and if Maelle was able to figure out he let Gustave be sacrificed, I'm pretty sure someone as smart as Luna, who was also close to Gustave, would have been able to figure it out as well. However, from Luna's personality, we see she's also goals driven, so she'll do anything it takes to complete the mission. So you see this when she's talking to Gustave, when she says, if one falls, not when. And the lives of many outweigh the lives of one. So believing in that herself, even if she was aware that Verso had let Gustave fall, she wouldn't have shared it with the group and just stayed distant from Verso, but she would have still remained in the team because she knows they need Verso to defeat the Paintress and then Renoir afterwards. And similarly with Ciel, she was getting close to Verso. However, suddenly she's pulled back and just wants Pierre. Now, something that I did notice when playing New Game Plus is when Sophie visits Maelle, she says something along the lines of that you and Gustav should have never parted, as if there's ideal partners in her head. I think this is what is manifesting in Ciel, where she now wants to be with revived Pierre. And again, at the end of Maelle's ending, you see a lot of similar character models and similar character clothes, which suggest that she hasn't revived them, they're just based off her memories, so they're effectively painted copies. And then you see Ciel, Luna, and Maelle wearing matching clothing, which, if you've seen Ciel's clothing sense, doesn't fit in with her aesthetic. And while Luna's there, not exploring the world, well, in fact, you only see humans there. There's no Gestrels or Grandis. So it just seems like Maelle's closed off new Lumiere, if you will, and is just lording over this just so she can reminisce about her friends. But they're not her friends, they're just painted copies of her friends, similar to how the Verso in the painting is painted Verso. And then following along that, my version of this is you don't see Gustave's apprentices in the, I think it's opera theatre, which suggests to me that there's some kind of resistance, or people who are standing against Maelle's regime, if you will. And they'd be the ones who'd want to change things, and maybe even sacrifice themselves, just so the real versions of people can somehow be brought back. But the most important piece in this is Gustave's journal. So I don't want to do a system novel. It's not, maybe I should add this here somewhere. So no systems, overdone as a genre. Great titles like, what's the one, I Learn Level Up, Solo Leveling, already exist. What else? No transmigrators. No, it would no longer be Gustave. And no regresses. Well, Gustave for obvious reasons. Not a lot of knowledge. Regresses. Okay, so a fan, a an attempt, no, not attempt. This is a fan fiction take. This is fan fiction for the game Clair Obscur Expedition 33. If you are as much a fan of Gustave as the next person, sit tight. Let's change some fates. However, fate changing needs a cheat. What do they call it? Something to do with finger. Let me ask, what is the cheat in novels called? Something, magic finger or something. Golden finger, here we go. Cheat, golden. My bad habit's kicking in. Finger. there is already an amazing relic at hand. Gustave's Journal. This is part 1 of a 2-part fate-defying fanfiction for Gustave. The second part is clearly using this cheat code. Right, here we go. We'll have elements of gore, the same elements as the game. Gore, destruction and death, etc. Here we go. So have we got a synopsis now? Gustave, the one who shone brightest, ultimately overshadowed by darkness. Another strike, another casualty. Yet hope seemed dimmer for the disaster expedition. Expedition 33. Maelle grieved, Alicia grieved, sworn daughter, sister, legacy bearer. Vower of vengeance, clouded by hatred, the paintress must pay. Renoir must pay, yet the ultimate price was paid by the canvas. A useless relic, the writer's weapon, a hopeless journal from mentee to mentor, discarded by its intended recipient. Yeah. Now at the end, where hope has fallen, a resistance stands. Gustave's apprentices must find a way to fight back. Fight back. The only one who could have saved us all. Gustave, oh Gustave. Rewrite, I know. We remember you. Here we go. I think that's decent. Right, so here we go. Now, going back to what I've got so far. So, if I bring this up, let me move this out the way. Let's label. This is something I've discovered I could do. This is why I'm going back to do this. I need to complete this stanza. So, oh no, actually, I need to create a new chapter. So, edit, maybe? No, it's the volume. Okay, let's give a volume name. So, volume name. I'll have to think about that later. How can I? Okay, so can I create new chapter? Create chapter. Here we go. So the first chapter should be credits. Credits. No. Oh, journals. Could be journals. Journal. Expedition. Gustave. No. Journal credits. What's a good chapter name? I'm asking a trusty AI, but I'm not really good at AI, so it normally gives me lots of bad options, and then just pick and choose out of those and make your own thing. However, it's a good thing to check out ideas, throw them on a board, and then I can tweak them further. A good chapter name for a list of credits and references for a fanfiction. Something to do with journals, maybe? As left behind by other expeditions. Here we go. See, these are the kind of suggestions I get. Appendix of Ashes, it's no. The last page, no, it's going to be the first chapter. It can't be called the last page. Footnotes of the Fallen, no. Records of the 33, no. Echoes in the logbook, final entries. Expedition, marginals, no. Whispers in the journal, no. Ink of Gratitude, no. Ooh, collective. Ooh, I like this. Collective. What can that be? It doesn't give me any other good suggestions, does it? Collective records, maybe. So it gave me records. What did it give me? It gave me records of the 33. Collective records. Credits. And research. Something like that. I think that's fine. Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. It's not enough words in it. So I can put some credits in here. I'm going to have to open up. Ooh. They've got 2 separate Excels. So if I bring the second Excel, so when I'm sharing and I'm trying to write the story, I'm doing it in this one. where I can flick through these tabs. So these are the name options I talked about. The content I'm uploading, so I've got in here, this was the original synopsis which I need to update. Then the purpose of the first chapter, the objective of the first chapter, and I've got the first chapter down here, and some ideas for the next chapters. And I've got themes, characters, I've got a full list here, there's lots of characters. I didn't realize how much of a rabbit hole this was going to be until I started. Then there's music, there's lyrics, there's, okay, I put enemy, I can delete this one. But I put enemies and characters. I thought, why list them separately when I can just make life easy and put it in one list? I've got some tidbits here, drafting here, and then I can add in the journals here, some things about the canvas, and then some things that I need to do. However, on the second list, which I'm not going to go through, so this is the credit. So what I've been watching and reading here. However, I've got some, I need to be quieter. Right, so don't Holland it. So if you are a Marvel fan, you know about Tom Holland. So yeah, so no go here. So I don't know why I decided to put the credits here. There's a lot more risk of me opening this on the wrong page and sharing it. But luckily I've got two screens, so that helps me. Right, so I've gone on a tangent, haven't I? So here we go, back to collector records. So I can do something like this. The record. We are the Watchers. No, I just put this bring we are the Watchers. The Watchers. I don't even need to do that, I can just do this. Bold. Bam. The Watchers. Across dimensions. Across realities. Observers of records. Curators of records. Curators, writers, readers. We all are watchers. Watchers. I can put maybe something behind this. Non-law. I can put non-canon. Viewers. Discretion. Top secret. Do I all in bold? Is those bit in bold, and why is the watchers not in bold? There we go. Secrets. Those records. Us. This work was put together after absolutely enjoying the masterpiece. Go away, Grammarly. I did it once and it didn't really help either. After absolutely it was active. I don't think it's active either. Right, this work was put together after absolutely enjoying the masterpiece that is Clair Obscur Expedition 33. A lovely game. Soul stirring music and the greatest fandom. On a not on a critical note. However, it is equally a rabbit hole thanks to the amazing team at Sandfall. A lot is left to interpretation and perspective. Hence, it's been important to get my facts right and review common opinions. In short, lots of research. Some huge credit to number one, Sandfall Interactive, isn't it? What I'm trying to do, I can't see. There we go. It is Sandfall Interactive, isn't it? Yes, there we go. Sandfall Interactive. To YouTube. 3 other fanfics. Fictions. on YouTube. Paste that there. Variant. Maybe I can just copy this, right? How do I get it so there's no gap? Automatically puts in a gap. Here we go. Behind the voice. I've still got quite a few videos. Maybe this wasn't the greatest idea. Librarians. Can I underline? No. Let me put this in italics. This work is a team effort. All of the watchers and us all. Maybe it's just us, I put you. And all of you have been great contributors towards this. There we go. Librarians, Find the Voice, Expedition 33. Maybe if I just remove the brackets, no, it wouldn't work. Maybe if I do something like that. While we're doing that, I was going to put in italics. I don't want the equals to be in italics. Just do 1, 2. I'm great at numbering, honest. I've got like 30 tabs open that I need to add, but I'm just doing these ones for now, and I can add those ones later. If I don't need to put in brackets if I'm just putting that in, right? There we go. Let's change that to italics, right? Yeah. YouTube and then fictions. I do something like that. Oh, I want to do that. Paste. We should then paste without formatting. Remove the bold. Wattpad. And I can make a comment on this one. I need to change my habit. I need to learn punctuation. There we go. Yeah, I was thinking of having another organization, like the painters and writers, called the musicians. And someone else who was writing fanfiction had the same idea, but in this case they had it as a ally of the writers, whereas I thought it would be more of a hidden and neutral faction, because you see Aline, who also has instruments, so it seems like they encourage other factions to learn. So if it did lean with any, it would lean with the painters, but we don't see them in the game, so it doesn't seem like they're that close. They're certainly not close with the writers, it's always clear we didn't mention them, but it just seems like they're a neutral faction for now. Whereas it does open up the possibility that there's other artist organizations, which I'm thinking through. But I've got lots of time until I even get there, because I've got the first book, which is Gustave Journal, and the second book, about him using that journal. And it's not until he reaches the point where he needs to worry about that outside world that I got to worry about that. So that can be done here. Remove, adjust sequence. That's going to be first. Yeah. So we've got collective records, credits, and research. That's the first chapter. What else can I do? Here, new beginnings. Right, got to finish this. So if I open, close the second Excel, then I've only got one Excel to worry about. Here we go. Right. Can I zoom in? Yes, I can do. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have closed that one just yet. Oh no, I haven't closed it. Okay, for Firefox open. I can use this to add in comments about what each stanza or line, I don't know what you call it, which set means basically. Okay, that's going to be last line. So here we are. Where did I get to? So I've got initially talking about Gustave, talking about the expeditions falling, talking about the reality of the canvas being a painting, talking about fate, how there always are secrets and masks and layers, so the truth is never exposed. And the next thing is about the expeditions again, expeditions continuously, here we go. So that one's about how many of them are dying. The second one is how they're leaving bits for future generations, however, ultimately they're falling, however that means. It's not mentioning the Neverrise, it's just because I've got three here, it only fits in with three here. I'm not assuming they're dying by sliding off handholds, grapple snapping, or slipping off rope. But yeah, just to fit in with this line, when one falls, another must continue. Then how many of them have unfulfilled wishes, and all they're leaving behind is tears. So this is the downside of the expeditions. And they're constantly failing. We see the number of expeditions happening is decreasing, and the resources they have are decreasing, so hope's decreasing day by day. And in the prologue, we see some people who you talk to who are against the expeditions now. They'd rather their loved ones spend time with them. So there's a lot of people, or a lot of children, whose life is changing because their parents are going out on expeditions. They're now giving orphans. 1 second. And then the next bit, let me just put my phone in vibrate. Right, so been asked to tone it down, so hopefully you can still hear me. Can't hear me, do let me know. Right, the next bit is about Maelle. Here we are. You probably know, it probably gives it away when I say parried. So yeah, she's got hidden memories, and she's got two sides to her. She's got Maelle and Alicia, so it's almost like a split personality. But yeah, we see a transformation at the end of Act 1, where innocent, playful, and hopeful Maelle turns to vengeful, hurting, or grieving, and any means match the end, Alicia, kind of. The reason I say that is or you see Maelle care about the Gestrels and other creatures, but Alicia no longer seems to. Well, you see it in the end. None of the other, well, species, I'd say, join in the fight. So Alicia doesn't invite them in. So we don't see the Gestrels. We don't see the Grandest fighting at the end of the last stand. And even in her utopia, if you call it, there's no presence of those other creatures. So it's almost a transition to monster herself. So in fighting the paintress, she becomes what she most detests. So Gustave's role here, if he could change anything, would be this: to guide, still protect her, but save her from herself by sharing the truth, sharing or extending the bond of trust and having faith in her, and keeping, well, the biggest thing that triggers the transition is Gustave's death of grief. So by preventing that, he can do it. And the second thing is he needs to continually ensure Maelle values the life of those within the canvas equally as she does the Descender family. So the two families aren't enemies, they don't need to collide. There is a third alternative where both can be saved. And the next bit is about Sophie. So even if they don't exactly have the same beliefs and perspective, they should enjoy the moments together. And these bits are about Gustave, because he was the one who fell. If he was still alive, they could have swayed the ending from damnable endings we get to something that might be a genuinely good ending for both families. So surviving, not alive, is Verso. Alive, not surviving, is Gustave. Verso is not like that. Cunning, he has a chilled heart. He doesn't really care about the residents, which is why at the end, in his ending, he's willing to end it all. Whereas Gustave, despite the fact that he didn't physically alive, he's surviving his ideals and his legacy, and he's always near and dear to the members of Expedition 33. So when you go against the Reacher, Axon, Luna mentions Gustave that how he would have enjoyed seeing all these engineering marvels, and Maelle's been constantly writing in his journal. And then the next bits are all about Lumiere, so it's basically a graveyard. There's a catchphrase people are using in Lumiere: "We're already dead, you're just catching up." And then death comes to us all. And the next bit's about the festivity they do. So instead of having a somber attitude every year, they call it the Living Wake, which is basically like a funeral with alive people. And then the biggest enemy of Lumiere is basically clocks, because their time is always ticking down. Well, the painter literally paints a number on the monolith, and it's basically a timer. And then paint, because they're painted in the painted universe. And then the Nevrons, which they see as the biggest threat. And then we can scream, and then that bit about the paintress, there's three people you see in the prologue who are chanting this. And then Gustave also takes maybe inspiration from the same dialogue when he says this about the mission. And then the cult who values the paintress, you see this in the prologue as well, that they say we are reaping what we sow, or something along those lines. So, but basically the idea is the cult's hiding facts. And then these next bits are all about the paintress, where she's stuck in a cycle. She's also bearing sadness. This is what Sophie says about her, that we should extend out empathy to her. And then that's just introducing her. And then she's the one who's doing warnings and effectively saved Lumiere. Well, she's technically the one who created Lumiere in the beginning, right? But she's now changed this to scorned and hated, not ignored. I initially put ignored and hated, but then I later realized she can't be ignored because everybody knows who she is. And then, yeah, she's grieving. Her power is Lumiere, because that's why Renoir and Clair are trying to get the chroma out of expeditioners and use it for themselves. But she shouldn't be underestimated. She's the head of the Painters Council, so she's very powerful. And this bit's referring to the monolith, one imprisoned above, one imprisoned below. Such plots brew, heavens have mercy. There's so many different schemes that the two of them have. So Aline and Renoir have been trapped for 67 years. There's a lot on stake for each of them. And then Aline mustn't fall, so this is referring to the paintress again. So if this journal somehow made its way back to Gustave, he must prevent the fall of the paintress. They need to stretch their borrowed time. They need as much time as possible to figure out what's truly hidden. And not the landmine is basically them killing the paintress, because that leads to the gommage, and the icebergs are the hidden truths of their world. Then the next bit's all about humans. So they live in a reflection of reality. They live in a hand-painted canvas. Is their life a lie? No, I don't believe so. Their souls are still burning bright. Their world may be false, but their lives are true, and they yearn for freedom. They're living, breathing, and conscious. For the Dissenter family, they've been, well, degenerated down to soldiers, toys, and playthings. Because they're criminally weak and broken, they're forced to build bridges out of bodies until one of them can finally make it and strike. So there is a literal expedition that laid down their bodies to form a bridge. And then, is their fortune preordained? So they're tearing out pages from the books of destiny because they're defiant rule breakers. Each breath is striving for a future. And then they always carry forward legacies. So this is why they leave behind journals and leave behind implements for future generations. The torch of humanity stays bright. They're always forever remembering and being remembered. And then the next bit is Gustave. He makes the ultimate sacrifice when he sacrifices himself for Maelle. His heart last beat is him thinking about those who come after. Well, it is his catchphrase, but basically he's thinking about Expedition 33. He asks Maelle to run. However, the consequence of that is Expedition 33 is now one man short. Their vision is clouded by vengeance and hatred, and that costs them everything. So the backbone of Lumiere mustn't ever bend. So if Gustave were to survive, he'd be the sword that cuts the brush. And then the next bit is Maelle. So she was blinded by grief, and it's basically starts a transition. So this is where there's no more voice of reason for Maelle. So Gustave is effectively her reality check, but without him anymore, that's when you could call it evil transformation to Alicia starts. The next bits are all about Gustav, so what he needs to do if he does survive. So he needs knowledge, art, and allies. But art is basically referring to abilities, right? So chroma, lumina, taints. And then this is Lune's catchphrase: gather an advantage, right? So they need to gather every advantage to prevent a grim catastrophe. So he needs to find from whatever records Lumiere has and the journals and find out what the truth is. And then art is basically power in this world. Chroma is life. Pictos grants skill. He needs to find out the secrets. Not everyone is his enemy. He shouldn't be proactively aggravating. We do see this, I believe, when Gustav comes across Neverons. There's the one white Neveron, and then there's the other flower Neveron who you fight. He seems to be aggressive towards them. However, they have a shared cause, which is to exist. Everyone in this world wants to survive, so they've got friends in all corners. They should use the gestrels and grandis. And then the next bit is basically about them standing against giants, which is the descender family, so they need to gather their army. And the descender family is basically weaved destruction into this world. However, even as pawns, they have the potential to slay kings and pull through to the end, because when a pawn reaches the end of the board in chess, it's guaranteed to transform into something which can change the whole game. So this is all about how grief is an excuse for them. They've ended so many lives and they're waging eternal wars against one another, with the price being paid by, well, people. And then Wise Descendere is basically a reference. So Wise Gamora, if you've seen Guardians of the Galaxy, no, it's not. It's Avengers Endgame or one of those, where Tony Stark, Spider-Man, and Thor, I believe, face off against Guardians of the Galaxy. But I digress. So, and the next bit is they shouldn't always follow behind previous footsteps. Because Expedition Zero, they pass through Dark Shores, which is a high-level area. They shouldn't be passing through Dark Shore. The world's ever changing, so maybe when Expedition Zero was passing through, it wasn't a dangerous area, but there's hidden calamity at every corner. If I just mention Dark Shores here, what I've got to do next. Okay, let's talk about. We're talking about what Gustav needs to do. We've talked about the Dark Shores. Okay. Beings of power. This is talking about the Descender family. Beings of power. Just as humane. Fallen angel. Oh, harbinger. Of doom. This is referring to Maelle. Shadows watch over. One. One of the flock, basically. How can I indicate versus watching over? Shadows watch over. Vows to keep. So basically Claire asks Painted Verso to look after Maelle. Vows to keep. Hidden threats. No, not hidden threats. What can I say? Vows to keep hidden threats. It doesn't rhyme, does it? Means power just as humane, a fallen angel, or harbinger of doom. Shadows watch over. Vows to keep. Break. Heaven's eyes. Nothing danger. Shadows watch over. Vows to keep. Shake heaven's eyes. Why do I? What they call distant shores. Dark shores. That's what they call, right? Dark shores. They got dark shores. Okay, don't explicitly say dark shores. Shake heaven's eyes. Avoid dark shores. Basically, this is painted verso watching. What this one? Can I say? Okay. Pause. This shadow aches. Victim. Great suffering. Deceiver, traitor. Destroyer. Bitterness. It's bitterness. What should I write here? Free him from suffering. His bitterness. As bitterness. Shattered. Like his soul. His soul is shattered. This is again about painted verso. Here we go. Focus on that one. Right, the next bit should be pages of history. Brave mortals. Enlisted. Embark on great journeys. Make haste. Haste. Basically saying that you don't have much time. You're fighting against being who lives for what they've been around for dozens of years, if not a century. Make haste. Haste. Maybe stay safe. No, the work does it. Make haste. Haste. Hourglass. Hourglass. Shift. Make haste. Let me ask. What would be a line? 3 or 4 words. Gustave to say, make haste. They need to set on an expedition soon as possible. They aim to change their fate. Fate won't wait. It's a good one. Let's put darkness. Break. With haste, maybe. It won't be 32, it will be an earlier expedition if it did set out to one. don't think I need that one. Got that. Mobility. Continent. Lost. Lost on a continent. Lost immense continent. Navigate. Continent. Rains. Navigate the continent. Past expeditions. Expeditions. Legacy. Find. Train tracks. The manor opens new doors. Different ways of giving him options, right? Kestrels exist. What's her name? The chief of the Kestrels. Internet search will help with this. Chief of Kestrels. Golgra. Iron Chief. Hold. Parenting. Foes. High school foes. SWO, yes. Parenting woes. Burden. Nature. No. Rivers. And dams. This is how you spell dams, right? Water dams. Yeah. Stuck in dams. So it's basically the reincarnation river. Great. Generals await. Help the Kestrels. At the Grandis. I don't think they have a chief. The Grandis don't. However, they are great record keepers and we make great researchers. Why do I mention Kestrels? Maybe I mention here great Kestrels generals. And then if I just mention scholars of past, researchers. What else do the Grandis do? They record history. Well, there's one of them who records history. They're mainly scholars, aren't they? So what could they be used for? Strategists, scholars, scientists. Monks of past. They're like monks in that they don't fight. And not all of them choose to fight. Trusted scholars, scientists. Great minds. Stagnant. Randus. Hunted. Targets. Now, the Grandis. We need protection, basically. Don't think I need to mention the expedition festivals anymore. Got that one. Okay, so I've got that one. So that's the next things to do. One trustworthy curator. Untrustworthy curator. Puppet of Renoir. The one who Comage is basically untrustworthy curator puppet of Renoir. Guilty, grieving father. Guilty, grieving father. What else do we know about Renoir? Speaks in double meanings, doesn't he? What's the word? I'll figure out what the word is. When expedition 33 reach the Reacher. Sure, it's mentioned by Maelle. Something along the lines of, what does she say exactly? I'm going to have to watch the game play to see. Okay, here we go. YouTube. 17 hours of gameplay. Or maybe if I just search for the Reacher. Okay, no, there's no. Probably just gonna have to find manually. Is there no timestamps in this? No, this isn't the Reacher. Okay, that's the Siren. Where am I right now? Okay, that's the ending. What am I doing next? You know what, let me just search in the Reacher. There's no way I'm gonna find it anywhere else. Reacher full walkthrough. He never paints this to paint. Parables. There we go. That's so hard to find. Double meanings. Parables. Is spell homage. His aim, destruction. His reason, family. Destruction is reason, family. I shouldn't put in that, I need something else. Painter of parables. Here we go. Untrustworthy curator, puppet of Renoir, guilty grieving father, painter of parables, spell homage, his aim, destruction, his reason, family. What else do we have? No sacrifice. Too harsh. This is clearly speaking about Renoir. Here we go. Now next one is Clair. Nevrons. Factory. Slave. No, she's made her painted version slave, but how can I say that? She's basically a vile Nevron. Nevron. While Nevron's chomp. Roma. A feast. While Nevron's chomp Chroma, a feast birthed at factory. Clair's hidden hand. Gold. Clever. Calculating. Rules of three are a friend. Calculating. Founder of old. Hidden. Nostalgia. Buried. She does have the rock thing as a friend. I forget its name. People are going to gasp and say, oh, how can you forget his name? It's SK's friend. Well, friend of me. Now you got me wanting to see what the name is. Let's have a look. Clair Obscur. Stone monster. Not the stone monster. It's a turtle monster. Francois. That's it. Old in nostalgia buried. Waging war. War of chroma. War of art. Controlling chroma. Lean to Renoir. we're coming to an end for the first chapter. Right. Invaders. Lost worlds. Let me make sure I've got the last few lines haven't dropped in quality. So we've got brief and excuse. Here we go. I think I've got here. Echoing void pathways, failed footsteps rebound. Or maybe steps rebound. Round world ever-changing, hidden calamity every corner, beings of power just as humane, a fallen angel or harbinger of doom, shadows watch over, vows to keep, shake heaven's eyes, avoid dark shores, this shadow aches, victim to great suffering, deceiver, traitor, destroyer, bitterness shattered like his soul, pages of history, brave mortals enlisted, embark on great journeys, strike darkness with haste, navigate the continent, past expedition's legacy, find train tracks, the manor opens new doors, or train tracks. Ride train tracks. Manor opens new doors. Olgra Iron Chief, parenting woes burdened, rivers stuck in dams, great gestural generals, monks of past, strategists, scholars, scientists, great minds stagnant, grandest hunted targets. I'll just do a comma here so you can see untrustworthy curator, puppet of Renoir, guilty grieving father, painter of parables, his spell homage, his aim destruction, his reason family, no sacrifice too harsh. While Neveron's chomp chroma a feast birthed at factory, Clair's hidden hand, cold clever calculating, founder of old, hidden nostalgia buried, waging a war of chroma, war of art, controlling chroma, Aline to Renoir. Just another canvas. Pigments of paint. Not real people. Justified massacre. Another word in 3 words. Not real people. What's the word where you're like in the crossfire? The word where you are in crossfire, not an intended target. Casualty. Collateral. A fate. This, yeah. Paintings within paintings. Outside. On the inside. Drawn outside. Turned inside. Led outside. From inside. Barriers wear thin. Veil. Is wear thin. Child at heart. Effect. Give shade. Abundant. Create new engines. Just about the child. Just hope. Child at heart. Can't stop. Mm-hmm. Dark thoughts. Lied. Those hands. Those. Basically him drawing or painting. Lead. Light. Fine. Light. Bring warmth. Set free. Mend. What's meant? Broken. Broken. Oh yeah, where's dim? Child at heart. Dark thoughts collide. Meant to broken. Nah, I don't think that works. Dark. Lone. Lone. Afraid. What else can it be? Words beginning with A. Existed. No. Lone. Afraid. Amiable. Assertive. So many words. Those are a good one. Objective. No. Arise. So the leveling stuff right there. Aura. Alien. Afraid. Rule of three. Starting with letter A. Ask. Lone. Afraid. What suggestions do you have? Come alien. Not really an alien. Lone. Afraid. Drift. I think that works. Well, what did I have before? Barriers wear thin. Here we go. Alone, afraid, adrift. Barriers wear thin. Between. Land in the in-between cold. Limbo. Burst in limbo. That's about it. That's all the message that needs to be sent to Gustave. When awful civilization or hope, distant memory, legacies transcend time, survivor, carries heaviest burden, survivor, hoists heavy burden. Okay, now comes the bit where I type this up. I move that there, move this here, move this here. Here we go. Press this. Make sure when I actually click update, it doesn't say you've been logged out. Okay, I can remove that. Hidden calamity every corner. Where was that? Okay. Beings of power. Just as humane. Well, that's debatable. Other emotions humane. Considering what they're willing to do. Destroy a whole world. Harbinger of doom. Shadows watch over. Vows to keep. Make eyes. Wait, dark doors. This shadow aches. Victim to great suffering. Deceiver. Traitor. Destroyer. Where have I gone? Here we go. Bitterness. Shattered. Shattered by bitterness. Remnant. Soul. shadows, a victim to great suffering, deceiver, traitor, destroyer, shattered by bitterness, remnant soul. Pages of history. Brave mortals enlisted. Embark. Great journeys. Bright darkness with haste. Which, I'm not sure. That's only with, is it? I can afford to do this. Haste, what's next? Navigate continent. Past expeditions. Expeditions. Legacy. Ride. Train. Rex. Doors. Manor opens. New doors. Expeditions. Legacy. Ride. Train. Grabs. Manor opens. New doors. Aura. Iron Chief. Parenting woes. Burden. Hopefully there's no echo in this. Reverse. Stuck in dams. Great. Gastro. Generals. Monks of past. Strategists. Scholars. Scientists. Great minds. Stagnant. Randis hunted. Targets. Untrustworthy. Orator. Puppet of Renoir. Guilty. Grieving father. Painter of parables. Homage. His aim. Destruction. Reason. Family. No sacrifice. Harsh. I'll nevrons. Chomp. Rumor. Beast. Birthed at factory. Clair's hidden hand. Cold, clever. Calculating. Founder of old. Hidden nostalgia. Buried. Waging her war. War of Roma. War of art. Controlling Roma. Leading to Renoir. Just another canvas. Pigments of paint. Not real people. Lateral casualty of fate. Paintings within paintings. Outside on the inside. On. Outside. Turned inside. Led outside. From inside. Child at heart. I think that works better. Alone, afraid, adrift. Barriers wear thin. Forever cursed in limbo. When civilizations fall, hope a distant memory. Legacies transcend Survivor. Voice. Heavy burdens. Civilization's fall, hope, distant memory, legacy, strength, and time. Survivor, sourced heavy burdens. No flags. Left. Plant. No expeditions. No. No flags left to plant. No journals. No. Holes left. What did the souls do? Left to live. No hope. Tired. Apprentice. Tired apprentices. Ache. Ooh. Something apprentices ache. What's word beginning with A? Apprentices. Answer. Read. No. Owning. Apprentices ache. No hope. No. No flags. Flags left to plateaus. No more expeditions. No souls left to live. No more real people. No. Saviors. Harry. Hope. Owning apprentices ache. Okay, so it's the first chapter. I call okay, that's the literal item. Okay, that's the one I want. I have pictures of each one. Who's who? I think Alexander's is blonde. Alexander's this one, not this one. Okay. Adrian is brown. Yeah, that's it. Well, it could be either one, right? Most quiet. Okay, so that's Adrian. This is Willamay. Okay. Oh, is this official? No, this is an official wiki. The fandom one. I was gonna say some people are saying it's not Willamay, it's Verso's kid, Verso Loon. Okay. So this page is the most quiet one is Adrian. That's the youngest. The oldest is Alexander, I think. Well, he looks the tallest. Okay, so the first chapter has to be by Guillaume. Well, this is how I didn't know how to pronounce his name, so sorry for that. I think that's who I had in mind when I was writing this. So if I do, can I get his name? All this is Lament. The New Beginnings. Here we go.